Hello everyone, and welcome back to Mr. Sleepy Crime. I know many of you enjoy listening to these stories as you fall asleep. So before you drift off, I'd love for you to leave a comment letting me know where in the world you're tuning in from. And if you're enjoying the story, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that this story involves real people and real tragedies. We tell these stories not for entertainment, but to remember the victims and perhaps help others recognize the warning signs that could prevent similar tragedies. For the best experience, feel free to lower the volume a little, just enough to let the story gently carry you off to sleep. Alright, please get comfortable, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's first story. Tonight, we journey into a story that speaks to the fragility of life, the complexity of human relationships, and the tragedy that can unfold when love turns to something darker. This is a story about a family, a home in Florida, and a day that began like any other but ended in unimaginable loss. The Gulf Coast of Florida stretches along the panhandle like a string of pearls, each town and city offering its own particular slice of southern coastal life. Gulf Breeze sits nestled between Pensacola Bay and the Santa Rosa Sound, a place where military families have settled for generations, drawn by the nearby naval installations, and the promise of steady work, warm weather, and a community that understands the unique rhythms of service life. It was here, on Jenks Drive, that Colin James Turner and Bree Kristen Kuhn made their home. To the neighbors who passed by on evening walks, it looked like any other family residence. Children's toys scattered across the lawn, and 2 cars in the driveway. The ordinary markers of American family life. But inside those walls, in September of 2021, something was unraveling. Colin Turner was 33 years old that September. He had the bearing of a man shaped by military service, but his hands had recently traded the tools of warfare for the gentler work of fatherhood. For 14 years he had served in the United States Marine Corps, rising to the rank of gunnery sergeant. His specialty was one of the most dangerous in all of military service: explosive ordnance disposal. EOD technicians are the ones who walk toward the bombs when everyone else runs away. They're the ones who kneel beside improvised explosive devices, who clear minefields, who render safe the deadly remnants of war. It takes a particular kind of courage to do that work, or particular kind of steadiness, and Colin possessed both in abundance. His service record spoke of deployments, of missions accomplished, of explosives neutralized, and lives saved. Among his fellow Marines, he was known as a leader, someone whose calm presence could settle a nervous team before a dangerous operation. But in 2018, Colin made a decision that surprised some who knew him. He chose to leave the Marines, to step away from the career he'd built over more than a decade. The reason was simple. His children. He had become a father, and he wanted to be present for those early years. The years that pass too quickly, the years you can never get back. So he hung up his uniform and became a stay-at-home dad. It wasn't an easy transition. Men who spent their adult lives in the military sometimes struggle with civilian life, with the absence of structure, with the loss of purpose that comes from leaving a tightly knit unit. But Colin found new purpose in his children. He threw himself into fatherhood with the same dedication he'd once brought to his military service. And he went back to school. Arizona State University's online engineering program gave him the flexibility to study while caring for his kids. Electrical engineering was his focus, and he was close to completing his degree. So close, he'd been accepted into the master's program at Johns Hopkins University, one of the most prestigious engineering schools in the country. His family would later say that education was one of the things he valued most in this world, right alongside his children and his faith. By September of 2021, Colin was in his final semester. The finish line was in sight. He was building a new life, a new identity beyond the uniform. He was no longer Gunnery Sergeant Turner. He was dad. He was student. He was husband. But being a husband to Bree Kuhn was becoming increasingly difficult. Bree Kristen Kuhn was 34 years old, and unlike her husband, she was still very much on active duty. She held the rank of Chief Petty Officer in the United States Navy, a position of considerable responsibility. Chiefs are the backbone of the Navy, the experienced enlisted leaders who bridge the gap between junior sailors and commissioned officers. It's a rank you don't achieve without demonstrating competence, leadership, and years of dedicated service. Bree was stationed at Naval Air Station Pensacola, a sprawling installation that has trained Navy and Marine Corps aviators for more than a century. It's a place steeped in military tradition, where the Blue Angels practice their aerial acrobatics, and where thousands of service members pass through on their way to assignments around the world. For Bree, her Navy career was demanding. Long hours, high expectations, the constant pressure of military leadership. But it was also her identity, her source of income, her connection to something larger than herself. Her marriage to Colin had given her a blended family. She had a daughter from a previous relationship, a girl who was 12 years old by 2021. Colin had 2 children of his own from a previous relationship as well. Sons who were 4 and 3. Together, they were raising 3 children under one roof, navigating the complex dynamics that come with blended families, with ex-partners, with custody arrangements and parenting philosophies that don't always align. Those who knew the couple say the marriage had been deteriorating for some time. Colin had been medically discharged from the Marines with a 100% disability rating, the result of a traumatic brain injury sustained during his service. TBI is one of the signature injuries of the modern military, the invisible wound that can change everything about a person. Mood swings, memory problems, difficulty controlling emotions. The effects vary from person to person, but they're real, and they can strain even the strongest relationships. Bree would later claim that Colin's injury had changed him, that he became unstable, unpredictable, even abusive. She would paint a picture of a man who threatened violence, who kept guns within reach, who made her fear for her safety and the safety of her children. Her attorneys would build a defense around this narrative, suggesting that she was a battered spouse who finally reached her breaking point. But others who knew Colin told a different story. They described a devoted father, a gentle man, someone who had given up his military career specifically so he could spend more time with his children. His own parents would later say that he was the furthest thing from the monster Bree described. They said he was a man who loved his wife, who tried desperately to make the marriage work, who would have done anything to keep his family intact. The truth, as it so often does in domestic cases, lay somewhere in the complexity of a relationship that only 2 people truly understood. What is clear is that by September 8th, 2021, that relationship was in crisis. September 8th began with an argument, and not an unusual occurrence in the Turner-Kuhn household by that point. The subject, as it had been for weeks, was the children, specifically what would happen with them. Colin wanted to take the kids to Georgia, to his parents' house in Insomnia, a small town south of Atlanta. It wasn't meant to be a permanent move, just a visit. Time for the kids to see their grandparents, for Colin to step away from the tension that had filled the Gulf Breeze house. Maybe some distance would help. Maybe a few days apart would give everyone a chance to breathe, to think, to recalibrate. Bree was opposed to the plan, strongly opposed. The reasons why became a point of contention that would echo through the investigation and trial that followed. Was she worried about losing custody of the children? Did she fear that once Colin took them across state lines, he wouldn't bring them back? Or was she, as she would later claim, afraid of what Colin might do if she let him take the children away? The argument escalated through the morning hours. Voices raised. Accusations thrown. The kind of fight that couples have when trust has eroded to the point where every action is suspect, every motive questioned. At 12:53 in the afternoon, Bree Kuhn picked up her phone and dialed 911. The call was brief. She told the dispatcher that she and her husband were having an argument about their children, that she needed officers to come to the house. The Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office responded, as they always do to domestic disturbance calls. When the deputies arrived at the home on Jenks Drive, they found a couple in the middle of a heated dispute, but no evidence of physical violence. Bree claimed that Colin had shoved her during the argument. Colin denied it. The deputies looked for signs of injury. They asked questions. They tried to de-escalate the situation, but without evidence of a crime, without visible injuries or witnesses to support either party's claims, there was nothing they could do. Florida law, like the law in most states, requires evidence before an arrest can be made. An allegation alone isn't enough. The deputies gave the couple advice. Calm down. Take some space from each other. Consider whether staying in the same house right now is the best idea. Then they left. The house fell quiet for a while, but the underlying tensions hadn't gone anywhere. They'd only been pushed down, waiting to resurface. At 5 o'clock that evening, the phone rang again at the sheriff's office. This time, it was Colin making the call. He reported another argument with Bree. Once again, deputies were dispatched to Jenks Drive. Once again, they arrived to find a couple in conflict, but no evidence of physical assault. They spoke with both parties. They assessed the situation, and once again, without evidence of a crime, they left. Sheriff Bob Johnson would later explain the department's position at a press conference. "We follow the rule of law," he said. "If there's no evidence to support an arrest of any kind of violence or anything, we can't make the arrest. In both these cases, they were arguing over kids, so there was no reason to take them into custody. The deputies couldn't have known, as they drove away from Jenks Drive for the second time that day, that they would be back in less than 90 minutes, and that when they returned, nothing would ever be the same for this family." At 6:22 in the evening, the 911 dispatch center received its third call from the Turner Coon residence. The voice on the line was Colin's, and there was an edge of desperation in it now. He told the dispatcher that Bree had locked him out of the house. More specifically, she'd locked him in the garage. He couldn't get back inside. He said that when he'd tried to enter the residence, Bree had tried to break his arm. The dispatcher stayed on the line with Colin, asking questions, trying to understand the situation, assuring him the deputies were on their way. The call was being recorded. As all 911 calls, that recording would later be played in a hushed courtroom, and every person who heard it would remember it forever. Colin was explaining the situation to the dispatcher when suddenly there was a sound, a sharp crack, unmistakable, a gunshot. "Ow!" Colin's voice rang out, filled with shock and pain. Then more sounds. 3 more shots in rapid succession. "She just shot me," Colin managed to say to the dispatcher, and then there was silence. The deputies who had been dispatched to the call were already en route, but they weren't close enough. They couldn't have prevented what happened. By the time they pulled onto Jenks Drive, just 4 minutes after the call came in, the shooting was over. The deputies approached the house with caution. This was now an active shooting scene, and they had no way of knowing what they would find. Was the shooter still armed? Were there hostages? Children? What they found was Colin James Turner lying in the garage, deceased. 4 gunshot wounds had entered his back and exited through his chest. The medical examiner would later testify that any one of the shots could have been fatal. Colin had never had a chance, and they found Bree Coon standing nearby in a state that Sheriff Johnson would later describe as shock. The body camera footage from the responding officers captured the scene. Bree's still in the garage area, her hands likely already being restrained. The deputies' voices, professional but tense, securing the scene, checking for other threats, calling for emergency medical services, even though it was clear there was nothing that could be done for Colin. Neighbors had heard the shots. Some had come outside. One neighbor would later testify that Bree had spoken to them immediately after the shooting, saying that she had shot her husband because he was trying to take the children. When the deputies detained Bree, she made statements that would follow her through the investigation and trial. According to the sheriff's account and later court testimony, she said, "I'm a murderer. You should arrest me. I killed my husband. Hopefully I just shot him. Maybe he's not dead. He should not be dead." The words tumbled out in a confused rush, as if her mind couldn't quite process what her hands had done. Inside the house, 3 children were present. Bree's 12-year-old daughter, Colin's 4-year-old son. Colin's 3-year-old son. Law enforcement had no evidence that they had witnessed the actual shooting, but they had been home. They had heard something, and now their lives were irrevocably changed. The older daughter was placed with her biological father. Colin's 2 young sons were placed initially with the Department of Children and Families before eventually going to live with Colin's parents in Georgia, the very place he had wanted to take them that day. Regostin Kuhn was arrested and charged with first-degree premeditated murder. She was taken to the Santa Rosa County Jail, where she would remain for the next 3 years as her case wound through the legal system. In the days following the shooting, investigators worked to piece together exactly what had happened in that garage. The physical evidence painted a clear picture. 4 shots, all entering through Colin's back. He had been facing away from Bree when she fired. He had been on the phone with 911, asking for help, when the first bullet struck him. The investigation also revealed the sequence of events leading up to the shooting. The 3911 calls. The deputies' 2 earlier visits to the home. The escalating conflict over the children. Detectives interviewed Bree at the sheriff's office. The interrogation was recorded, and portions of it would later be shown at trial. In it, Bree claimed she had acted in self-defense. She said Colin had been abusive, that he had threatened her and the children, that she feared for their safety. She said she shot him because she believed he was going to hurt them. But there were problems with her account. The biggest problem was the physical evidence. All 4 shots had entered through Colin's back. That's inconsistent with the self-defense scenario where someone is facing an attacker, and he had been on the phone with 911, asking for help, not threatening anyone. There was also the fact that deputies had been to the house twice earlier that day, and had found no evidence of physical violence on either visit. No visible injuries on Bree. No signs of a physical altercation. No weapons brandished. And there were the text messages. On the day of the shooting, Colin had been texting with Hardy Joyner, Bree's ex-husband and the biological father of her oldest daughter. The text painted a picture of a man at the end of his rope with his marriage. Frustrated and concerned, but not violent or threatening. In one message, according to trial testimony, Colin had written that Bree was crazy as hell. He also expressed that he didn't trust Bree with the children. These were the words of a man in a troubled marriage. Yes, but not the words of an abuser threatening violence. They were the words of someone who was worried, who was trying to figure out how to protect his children from what he saw as instability. From September of 2021 until September of 2024, Bree Coons sat in the Santa Rosa County Jail. 3 years of waiting. 3 years of legal maneuvering. 3 years of motions and hearings and delays that are typical in a first-degree murder case. The prosecution team, led by Assistant State Attorney Mark Alderman, prepared their case methodically. They had the 911 recordings. The most damning piece of evidence. They had the physical evidence showing that all 4 shots entered through Colin's back. They had the testimony of the deputies, who had responded to the earlier calls, and found no evidence of violence. They had the text messages. They had the statements Bree made at the scene, and during her interrogation. The defense team, led by attorneys Randy Etheridge and James Barnes, prepared a very different narrative. They intended to argue that Bree was a victim of spousal abuse, that she suffered from battered spouse syndrome and post-traumatic stress disorder. They planned to present expert testimony from a psychologist, Dr. Julie Harper, who would testify that Bree's mental state was consistent with someone who had been abused and who genuinely feared for her life and the lives of her children. Central to this defense strategy was the claim that Colin's traumatic brain injury from his military service had changed him fundamentally, that he had become unstable, prone to anger, threatening, that he kept guns in the house and in his truck, creating a constant sense of danger, that he had threatened to kill both Bree and the children. The prosecution's response to these claims was straightforward. Show us the evidence. Show us the medical records documenting abuse. Show us the police reports from previous incidents. Show us the witnesses who can corroborate these allegations. Show us anything beyond Bree's own statements made after she killed her husband. They couldn't, because none of it existed. In September of 2024, nearly 3 years to the day after Colin's death, Bree Coons' trial began at the Santa Rosa County Courthouse in Milton, Florida. The trial would span 4 days, though would be interrupted briefly by Hurricane Helene, which forced the courthouse to close for a day. The prosecution's case was systematic and devastating. They played the 911 recordings for the jury. Imagine sitting in that courtroom, listening to Colin Turner's voice as he explained to the dispatcher that his wife had locked him in the garage. Hearing the shot, hearing him cry out, hearing him say those final words, "She just shot me." Then the 3 additional shots, then silence. It's the kind of evidence that sears itself into your memory. They showed body cam footage from the deputies' 3 visits to the house that day. On the first 2 visits, Bree and Colin could be seen arguing, yes, but there was no evidence of violence. On the first call, Bree claimed Colin had shoved her. The deputies saw no injury. On the second call, Colin expressed frustration with the situation, but was calm in his interactions with law enforcement. In the footage from the second call, he told deputies, "I don't trust her with the kids." The medical examiner, Dr. Deanna Oleski, testified about the 4 gunshot wounds. All four had entered through Colin's back. All four had exited through his chest. The trajectory of the bullets told a story. Colin had been facing away from Bree when she fired. He had not been advancing toward her. He had not been threatening her. He was facing away, perhaps still trying to communicate with the 911 dispatcher, when the shooting began. Neighbors testified. Investigators testified. Hardy Joyner, Bree's ex-husband, testified about the text messages he'd exchanged with Colin on the day of the shooting. Each piece of evidence added to the prosecution's narrative. This was not self-defense. This was murder. The defense called only one witness in their case, Eric Kuhn, Bree's brother. His testimony was meant to provide context for Bree's state of mind, to humanize her, to help the jury understand the pressure she was under. But one witness, even a sympathetic family member, couldn't counter the weight of the prosecution's evidence. And then came the moment that surprised everyone in the courtroom. The defense had announced that Bree would testify in her own defense. This is always a crucial decision in a murder trial. The defendant has a Fifth Amendment right to remain silent, and judges instruct juries that they cannot hold silence against the accused. But jurors are human, and they often want to hear the defendant's version of events, especially in a case where self-defense is claimed. Bree initially indicated she would take the stand, but after a lengthy consultation with her attorneys, lasting about an hour, she changed her mind. She invoked her right to remain silent. The decision had a cascading effect. Without Bree's testimony, the defense couldn't call Dr. Harper, the psychologist who was prepared to testify about battered spouse syndrome and PTSD. Expert testimony about a defendant's mental state typically requires the defendant to testify first, to provide the foundation for the expert's opinions. Without that foundation, the defense had to rest their case far earlier than planned. The prosecution saw the opportunity and took it. In closing arguments, Assistant State Attorney Alderman emphasized the physical evidence and the timeline of events. Based on the circumstances and the physical evidence, that would indicate this was a conscious decision to kill, he told the jury. The defense's closing argument focused on reasonable doubt, on the possibility that Bree genuinely feared for her life, that the shooting happened in a moment of panic and terror. Attorney Randy Etheridge reminded the jury he had threatened to kill these kids before, and her as well. She was worried he was going to take the kids and kill them. But the prosecution had the final word, as is their right in Florida criminal trials. They reminded the jury that there was no verification, no documentation, no independent evidence for any of Bree's abuse allegations. Only her word, given after she had shot her husband 4 times in the back. The jury deliberated for just over 4 hours. In a case of this magnitude, 4 hours is actually quite fast. It suggested that the jurors had found the prosecution's case compelling and the defense's arguments insufficient. When they returned to the courtroom, the verdict was unanimous: guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. In Florida, a first-degree premeditated murder conviction carries only 2 possible sentences: life in prison without the possibility of parole, or the death penalty. The state had not sought the death penalty in Bree's case, which meant Circuit Judge James Duncan had only one option. But before he pronounced sentence, the court heard victim impact statements from Colin's parents, Don and Tara Turner. Their grief filled the courtroom. He was a man who loved his wife and tried his hardest to make things work, Tara Turner said, her voice breaking. He loved his children, retiring from the Marines early so he would not miss any part of their young lives. And now he's not there for them at all, due to Bree's actions. Don Turner spoke about the son they had lost, about the impact Colin had made on people throughout his life. Bree has deprived the world of a loving son, father, grandson, and leader, he said through tears. We have been so blessed with how many people reached out to us and said how Colin had impacted them in such a positive way. He continued, we saw the love he gave to the world, and the world desperately needs loving leaders like Colin more than ever before. We call this God's light in the darkness. The darkness has not won. Given the opportunity to make a statement, Bree Kuhn chose to remain silent. Her family members in attendance also chose not to speak. Judge Duncan pronounced the sentence: life in prison without the possibility of parole. Bree Kuhn would spend the rest of her days behind bars. She was 37 years old at sentencing. If she lives an average lifespan, she has decades ahead of her in Florida's prison system. Decades to think about the choices she made on September 8th, 2021. Bree Kuhn is now incarcerated at the Lowell Correctional Institution Annex in Ocala, Florida. After her conviction, the Navy issued her a general discharge from the service, ending the military career that had once defined her identity. From chief petty officer to convicted murderer, from military leader to prisoner. The fall was total. She has filed an appeal, which is her right under law. Her attorneys have asked the Florida First District Court of Appeal to review the trial proceedings, arguing that errors were made that prejudiced her case. Appeals in first-degree murder cases can take years to resolve, but successful appeals that overturn convictions are rare. The prosecution's case was strong, the evidence clear, the verdict unanimous. The 3 children are growing up without either parent now. Bree's daughter lives with her biological father, Hardy Joyner. Colin's 2 sons live with their grandparents, Don and Tara Turner, in Georgia. The boys are being raised in the state their father wanted to take them to that September day, a place he thought would be safe and peaceful for them. But they're there without him. They're growing up knowing their father was murdered by their stepmother, in a gesture that spoke to the respect Colin had earned during his lifetime. Arizona State University posthumously awarded him his Bachelor of Science degree in electrical engineering. He had been so close to finishing, just 1 semester away. The university recognized his work, his dedication, and the tragedy that prevented him from completing his studies. It was a small comfort to his family, but a meaningful one. Johns Hopkins University, which had accepted Colin into their master's program, likely never got the chance to train a student who would have brought such dedication and life experience to their engineering department. Another loss. Another what might have been in a case full of them. Sheriff Bob Johnson, in his press conference the day after the shooting, called it a very sad case. That may be the most understated description possible. A decorated Marine dead at 33. 3 children without a father. A woman who threw away her career, her freedom, and her future in a moment of violence. Families on both sides left to grapple with grief and loss, and the impossible task of explaining to children how this could have happened. It's just a sad case, Johnson said. A very sad case of people arguing, and then it gets to this point. Some cases are mysteries, whodunit puzzles that investigators work for months or years to solve. The murder of Colin Turner was not one of those cases. We know exactly who killed him. We know exactly how it happened. We even have a recording of the moment it occurred. But the why remains elusive, tangled up in the complexity of a relationship that only 2 people truly understood, and one of them is now gone. Was Bree truly afraid of Colin? Did she genuinely believe he was going to harm the children? Or was this about custody, about control, about a woman who saw her family slipping away and made a decision in anger that she could never take back? The jury heard all the evidence and decided it was murder, not self-defense. They believed the physical evidence over Bree's claims. They believed that shooting a man 4 times in the back while he's on the phone with 911 cannot be reconciled with a claim of self-defense, regardless of what fears might have been in the shooter's mind. But conviction in a court of law doesn't always answer the deeper questions about human motivation, about what drives a person to that irreversible moment when they pull a trigger. Mental health professionals might point to the stress of military life, the challenges of a blended family, possible undiagnosed mental health issues in one or both parties. They might talk about how arguments can escalate, how fear and anger can override rational thought, how people in domestic conflicts sometimes see violence as the only way out of an impossible situation. But even with all that context, all that understanding of human psychology, we're still left with the fact that 3 children lost their father because their stepmother made a choice. A choice that, in the eyes of the law and the jury, was not defensive, but premeditated. The word premeditated doesn't necessarily mean planned for days or weeks. It can mean a decision made in moments, if those moments involved conscious thought and choice. All Colin wanted that day was to take his children to see their grandparents. It was such a simple, understandable desire. A man trying to extract his kids from a toxic situation, to give them some peace, to give everyone some space. And for that, he died in a garage, on the phone with emergency services, shot in the back by the woman he'd married. The murder of Colin Turner is a reminder of how quickly domestic situations can turn deadly. Law enforcement officers across the country will tell you that domestic calls are among the most dangerous they respond to. Not just dangerous for the officers themselves, but dangerous for the people involved. The deputies who responded to Jenks Drive twice that day did their jobs correctly. They responded quickly. They assessed the situation. They tried to de-escalate, but without evidence of a crime, without injuries or weapons or independent witnesses, there was nothing more they could do. You cannot arrest someone simply because their spouse says they were shoved. Not without corroborating evidence. That's how the law works. And for good reason. Imagine if police could arrest people based solely on accusations, with no evidence required. But the third time those deputies responded to that address, it was too late to prevent anything. They arrived to find a crime scene, a dead man, and a woman who had just destroyed her own life along with his. Florida's Gulf Coast continues its rhythm. The waves roll in and out. The military personnel at NAS Pensacola continue their training. Life goes on in Gulf Breeze. Other families live on Jenks Drive now, going about their daily routines. Perhaps unaware of what happened in that garage, or perhaps very aware but choosing not to dwell on it. Colin's children are growing older. The youngest was only 3 when his father died. He'll have few if any memories of Colin. The older boy who was 4 may retain some images, some sense of his father's presence. And Bree's daughter, who was 12, will carry memories of both her stepfather and her mother. Memories that must be impossibly complicated and painful. These children are the true victims of September 8th, 2021. They lost their father to violence. They lost their mother to prison. They've been scattered to different homes, their family unit permanently fractured. They'll grow up with the knowledge of what happened, with the questions that can never be fully answered, with the therapy sessions and the difficult conversations and the slow work of healing from trauma. As for Bree Kuhn, she has decades ahead of her to reflect on her choices. Life in prison is exactly that. Life, day after day, year after year in a 6x8-foot cell. Meals served at set times. Movements restricted. Freedom gone. The Navy career she worked years to build, gone. The ability to watch her daughter grow up, gone. Everything she once had surrendered in the few seconds it took to fire 4 shots. Does she regret it? Does she wish she'd made a different choice? Does she still believe she acted in self-defense? Or has time and reflection shown her the truth of what she did? We can't know. She chose not to testify at trial. She chose silence at sentencing. And now she lives with the consequences of that September evening, just as Colin's family lives with their loss. Sometimes true crime stories have satisfying endings. The bad guy is caught, justice is served, and we can close the book feeling that the scales have been balanced. The murder of Colin Turner has that kind of ending, in a way. The person who killed him was identified, arrested, tried, convicted, and sentenced to life in prison. The system worked as it was designed to work, but it doesn't feel satisfying, does it? Because Colin is still gone. The children are still without their father. A family has been destroyed, and no amount of justice can fix any of that. Sheriff Bob Johnson was right. It's just a very sad case. A man who survived 14 years as a Marine, who defused bombs and saved lives, who came home from deployments and military service intact, only to die in his own garage at the hands of his own wife. A woman who rose to the rank of Chief Petty Officer, who led sailors who served her country with distinction, now spending the rest of her life behind bars. And 3 children, caught in the middle of it all, trying to make sense of the senseless. As you drift off to sleep tonight, perhaps you'll spare a thought for those children, for the grandparents raising young boys who ask questions about their daddy, for the biological father doing his best to help a daughter process the unthinkable, for everyone touched by the ripples of violence that spread out from that garage in Gulf Breeze. Life is fragile. Relationships are complicated. And sometimes, when all the factors align in just the wrong way, tragedy happens. The murder of Colin Turner is a reminder to hold our loved ones a little closer, to work through our conflicts with patience and care, and to remember that in a single moment, everything can change forever. If this is your first time listening to one of our true crime stories, welcome to Mr. Sleepy Crime, where we explore these cases in a calm and respectful way. I also want to take a moment to appreciate my amazing subscribers who've been rocking with me. Thank you so much for your continued support. If you're still awake and listening, don't forget to drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and the current time in your corner of the world. Or just say something to let me know you're still here. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Now let's move on to our second story. Story 2. There's something about the Great Plains in winter that makes everything feel suspended in time. The snow falls soft and steady, covering the rolling fields in white silence. In Bismarck, North Dakota, the cold settles deep into the bones of the city, and people retreat into their homes, into the warmth of their lives, their routines, their small circles of comfort. It was in this landscape, in the final days of December 2019, that a man named Chad Enzel was living what seemed like an ordinary life. He was 42 years old, born on March 31st, 1977, in the small town of Halliday, North Dakota. Chad had grown up with the wide sky and endless horizon as his backdrop. His childhood was simple, filled with the kind of stability that rural America could offer. He had an older sister, Lori, and parents who loved him. His father, Ernie, was a farmer and a veteran. His mother, Deb, kept the family grounded. Chad wasn't a complicated man. Those who knew him described him as social, warm, someone who lit up when he was around people. He loved the outdoors, loved movement, loved competition. After high school in Halliday, he went to college in Wahpeton to study drafting. But sitting in classrooms wasn't really his passion. What he loved was being outside, being with people, being active. For the last 20 years of his life, Chad had made Bismarck his home. He worked at I-State Center Truck Parts, selling parts and building relationships with customers. But work was just one part of who he was. Chad was a man of hobbies. He bowled. He played darts. He golfed. And in the summers, he raced stock cars at the Dakota Speedway in Mandan. His car was green, and he even had tinted green bowling balls with finger grips to match. It was the kind of detail that made people smile when they talked about him. He was particularly known at Midway Lanes, a bowling alley on the Strip in Mandan, where he showed up religiously on Monday nights. Chad was talented. He'd scored a perfect game of 300 at least twice. He competed in local, state, and even national tournaments. Bowling wasn't just a hobby for him. It was a community. It was where he felt most himself. Chad was also a coach for Little League, and those who watched him with the kids said he truly shined in that role. He was patient, encouraging, a guiding light for the young players he worked with. He had that rare quality of making people feel seen, feel valued. In May of 2016, Chad married a woman named Nikki Hines. She had 2 sons from a previous relationship, Marcus and Christopher, and Chad stepped into the role of stepfather with care. The family lived on the quiet outskirts of Bismarck, in a house that should have been filled with the sounds of a blended family finding its rhythm. Nikki ran a small baking business. From the outside, it looked like they were building something together, but appearances, as we know, can be deceiving. Let's drift back now to December of 2019. The year was winding down, and Bismarck was deep in the grip of winter. The cold was the kind that made every breath visible, that made car engines reluctant to start in the morning. Nikki had been complaining about the furnace in their home. She said it wasn't working properly, that the cold was making her sick, so she'd been staying at a hotel while the heating situation was supposedly being looked into. Chad, for his part, continued with his routines. On the evening of December 30th, on Monday, he did what he always did. He went bowling. He showed up at Midway Lanes, spent time with his teammates, knocked down pins, laughed, lived his ordinary life. Witnesses would later say he left the bowling alley around 10:30 that night. He got in his car and drove home through the dark, quiet streets of Bismarck. It was the last time anyone saw Chad Enzel alive. What happened next would take days to fully reveal itself, and even longer for the truth to emerge from the lies that were layered over it like snow covering tracks. Sometime between 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the morning on December 31st, in the silent hours when the world feels most empty, Chad was shot twice, with a shotgun. Either wound would have been fatal. He was in his bedroom, likely asleep, unaware of the danger that had entered his home. But this wasn't discovered right away. The house sat quiet. The snow continued to fall. The new year arrived and Chad didn't show up to work. His co-workers tried calling. They reached out to Nikki asking if she'd heard from him. According to what would later come out in court, Nikki told them she was too busy to help look for her husband. Think about that for a moment. Your husband doesn't show up to work after the holidays. People are worried. And you say you're too busy to help. It wasn't until January 2nd, 2020, that the alarm was finally raised. Nikki called 911 that morning. She said she'd come home and found the house filled with smoke. She feared Chad was trapped inside. When firefighters arrived, they found a small fire in the basement near the furnace, and they found another fire in the bedroom. That alone was suspicious. Accidental fires don't typically start in two separate locations in a house at the same time. And then they found Chad. He was lying naked on his bedroom floor. He had 2 shotgun wounds. A double-barrel shotgun was on the bed, not near his body where it would have been if he'd used it on himself. There was a bottle of whiskey placed nearby, almost staged. It was clear, even in those first moments, that something was very wrong. The investigators looked around the room. They saw a propane heater positioned near the bed. At first they thought maybe it had caused the fire. But the positioning was odd, deliberate. And then there were the fires themselves. One in the bedroom, one in the basement. Someone had tried to burn this house down. An arson dog was brought in. The dog detected accelerant. This was no accident. This was arson. And Chad's death was no suicide. This was murder. Now the investigation truly began. And what investigators found, piece by piece, was a story of betrayal that was almost theatrical in its deception. They started with the most obvious question. Who would want Chad Ensel dead? His friends spoke highly of him. His family loved him. His co-workers respected him. He had an ex-wife, Susan, who he'd divorced in 2014 or 2015. But they'd remained on good terms. She would later testify that Chad was neither violent nor a heavy drinker, directly contradicting claims that would be made about him. The spotlight naturally fell on Nikki, and when investigators started looking into her life, they found Earl Howard. Earl Howard was 41 years old, a married man from Bellwood, Ontario, Canada. He held dual American and Canadian citizenship. And in November of 2019, he and Nikki had met by chance. What followed was a whirlwind romance, intense and consuming. They'd already made plans to move to Texas together and start a new life. But there was a problem. Nikki was married to Chad, and there was money involved. A lot of money. Just 4 days before Chad's murder, Nikki had taken out a renter's insurance policy worth $26,000. She was also the sole beneficiary of Chad's life insurance policy, worth $600,000. Within days of Chad's death, Nikki was already inquiring about how to collect on that policy. The pieces were coming together, but investigators needed more. They needed to understand exactly what happened that night. Chad and Nikki's home had security cameras, and those cameras told a story that was damning in its clarity. On the evening of December 30th, while Chad was at the bowling alley, the cameras captured both Nikki and Earl entering and leaving the house. Multiple times. They were moving in and out, and investigators could never quite determine why there was about an hour's difference between some of their entries and exits. But what they were doing became clear. They were preparing, moving belongings, setting the stage. And then, around the time Chad was believed to have been killed, someone logged into the security system using Nikki's credentials and turned the cameras off. The silence that followed in the digital record spoke volumes. Investigators also found evidence of planning that went back further. Earl had purchased a torch kit, locally on December 30th. Surveillance footage from Walmart showed Nikki and Earl together, kissing in public just days before the murder. They weren't hiding their relationship, at least not from the cameras that captured them everywhere they went around Bismarck. After Chad was shot, the plan had been to make it look like suicide and burn the house down to destroy evidence. They positioned a heater near Chad's bed, hoping it would catch fire, but it didn't work. So they left. They waited. And 3 days later, on January 2nd, they returned to try again. They repositioned the heater. They started fires in the basement. And this time the smoke was enough to trigger Nikki's 911 call. But the fire didn't destroy the evidence. The forensic experts could still see the 2 shotgun wounds. They found 1 shell casing at the scene, but the other was missing. Prosecutors believed Nikki and Earl had taken it to make the suicide staging more believable. They'd also staged whiskey bottles in the bedroom, trying to support a narrative that Chad was an alcoholic who might harm himself. But everyone who knew Chad said that wasn't true. The arrests came quickly once the evidence was assembled. On January 10th, 2020, Earl Howard was arrested at the Blue Water Bridge, connecting Port Huron, Michigan, with Ontario, Canada. He was trying to get back to his homeland. He waived extradition and was brought back to North Dakota to face charges. Nikki was arrested as well. Both were charged with conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to commit arson, and conspiracy to tamper with physical evidence. But here's where the case took an interesting turn. The ballistic experts couldn't definitively determine who pulled the trigger. Both Nikki and Earl had been in that house. Both had motive. Both had opportunity. But the physical evidence couldn't conclusively say which one of them actually shot Chad Ensel. So the murder charge couldn't be pursued in the traditional sense. Instead, the prosecution focused on conspiracy, and both suspects had stories to tell, stories that conveniently placed the blame on each other. Nikki told investigators that Earl was the one who shot Chad. She said she waited outside in the car while he went inside and did it, but she changed her story multiple times. At one point, she said she was at the house and heard gunshots. At another point, she claimed she was out on a walk in the middle of the night, in freezing temperatures, walking continuously from 1 o'clock until 2:42 in the morning. When ABC News interviewed her years later, she acknowledged that her stories didn't align. Earl, in his interview with police, told a different version. He said Nikki was the one who shot Chad, that she went inside while he waited in the car, and that afterward he offered to help her by burning the evidence. Two people, two stories, both pointing fingers at each other, and Chad Ensel was dead, unable to tell anyone what really happened in those final moments of his life. Earl Howard's case was resolved first. In October of 2021, he accepted a plea deal. He pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit murder, arson, conspiracy to commit arson, and conspiracy to tamper with evidence. The actual murder charge was dropped because of the ballistics issue. In February of 2022, he was sentenced to 25 years in prison. He would have to serve at least 85% of that sentence, just over 21 years before being eligible for parole. At his sentencing, Chad's mother, Deb, spoke directly to Earl. Her words were quiet but cutting. She asked how he could do such a cruel thing to someone he didn't even know, someone who had done nothing to him. She talked about the wound his actions had created, a wound so deep it would never heal. Nikki's case went to trial. It began in September of 2022. The prosecution laid out their case methodically. They presented phone logs, surveillance videos, bank records, photographs, police interrogations. They showed the jury the timeline of that night. They showed the financial motive. They showed the affair. They showed jury how Nikki and Earl had been together at Walmart, kissing, shopping, living as if they were already a couple planning their future. They showed the renter's insurance policy taken out just 4 days before Chad's death. They showed the inquiries about the life insurance within days of his murder. The prosecution's theory was simple. Nikki and Earl wanted to be together, and they wanted Chad's money. So they planned his murder, staged it as a suicide, tried to burn the house down, and thought they could get away with it all and start a new life in Texas. The defense tried to point the finger solely at Earl. Nikki's attorney, Thomas Glass, asked the jury where Earl Howard was during the trial. Why wasn't he testifying? What was he hiding? The unanswered questions, Glass argued, should raise doubt, but Nikki's defense called no witnesses, and the jury deliberated for only about 2 hours before returning with their verdict. Guilty. On all charges. Conspiracy to commit murder. Conspiracy to commit arson. Conspiracy to tamper with physical evidence. On February 17, 2023, more than 3 years after Chad Ensel's death, Nikki stood before Judge Douglas Barr for sentencing. The courtroom was filled with grief. Chad's mother, Deb, spoke again. His sister, Lori Krause, addressed Nikki directly, telling her that she'd taken away many things, but most importantly, a piece of her heart. She said they were not victims, but a community of broken survivors. She said Chad would be forever missed, and she hoped Nikki would rot in eternity. The prosecution noted that Nikki had shown no remorse, no grief over her husband's death. The pre-sentence psychological evaluation revealed that she'd made statements that contradicted the facts, contradicted things she'd said earlier. She appeared to blame others for her actions. When given the chance to speak, Nikki talked about the hard lessons she'd learned since she was young. She claimed that her boys had told her Chad hit them, locked them in a room. She said she'd been through all kinds of abuse. She asked the judge to have some consideration for her, for all the losses she had endured, including being separated from her 2 sons while in jail. But the evidence spoke louder than her words. Judge Barr sentenced Nikki Ensel to life in prison with the possibility of parole. She also received 15 years combined on the other charges. She would have to serve 85% of her sentence over 36 years before she could even be considered for parole. The North Dakota Supreme Court later rejected her appeal, finding that there had been sufficient evidence for the jury to convict her. And so the story ends, or at least this chapter of it does. Chad Ensel, the man who loved bowling and racing and coaching Little League, is gone. He's buried, mourned by his mother, his sister, his nephews, his friends, his community. His first wife, Susan, who defended his character in court, carries the memory of who he truly was. Nikki sits in prison, maintaining her innocence even as the evidence against her remains overwhelming. Earl sits in a different prison, serving his 25-year sentence. The house on the outskirts of Bismarck is just a house now, no longer a home. The bowling alley on Monday nights has one less regular. The Dakota Speedway has one less green car racing around the track. In the end, this is a story about greed and betrayal, about 2 people who decided that their desires mattered more than a human life. They thought they could plan the perfect crime, stage the perfect suicide, burn away the evidence, and walk away with money and a fresh start. But the truth has a way of surviving even fire. It survives in surveillance footage, in phone records, in the testimony of arson dogs and forensic experts. It survives in the memories of people who loved Chad Ensel and knew that the stories told about him after his death were lies. Justice in this case was slow, but it arrived. The wheels of the legal system turned, evidence was gathered, trials were held, and verdicts were rendered. It doesn't bring Chad back. Nothing can do that. But it ensures that the people responsible for his death were held accountable. If you're still awake and listening, check whether you've left your little goodnight comment. I always check your comments before I sleep too. And if you haven't already, don't forget to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Meanwhile, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. Tonight we're going to talk about a case that speaks to something many of us hold dear. The trust we place in our neighbors, in our communities, and in the people we think we know. This is the story of Valerie Tyndall, a 17-year-old girl from a small town in Indiana. It's a story about misplaced trust, about a family seeking safety, and about how darkness can exist just across the street from where we lay our heads at night. So let me tell you about Valerie. Arlington, Indiana is the kind of place you might drive through and barely notice. It's a tiny community in Rush County, about 30 miles southeast of Indianapolis. By the year 2020, fewer than 300 people called it home. It's the type of town where everyone knows everyone, where doors are left unlocked, where neighbors wave from porches and help each other with yard work without being asked. For Shauna Sandifor, this quiet, rural setting was exactly what she was looking for. Sheena and her family had been living in Indianapolis. But something had happened. Her daughter Valerie had experienced trauma at a young age. The kind of trauma that makes a mother desperate to protect her child, to find somewhere safe, somewhere far from the chaos and violence of city life. So Shayna made a decision. She would move her family to the country, to a place where Valerie could heal, where she could finish high school in peace, where the dangers of the world seemed impossibly far away. Arlington seemed perfect. Valerie Leona Tyndall was born on August 29th. 2005, in Indianapolis. By the summer of 2023, she was 17 years old, standing about 5 feet 6 inches tall, with brown hair and hazel eyes. She had an infectious smile, her family would later say, a great sense of humor. She loved video games and singing. She was close with her little cousins, gentle with them in the way that showed her nurturing spirit. Valerie had dreams. She wanted to be a veterinarian. She loved animals, especially her Boston Terrier, Lacey, who was never far from her side when she was home. She was preparing for her senior year at Rushville Consolidated High School, scheduled to graduate in 2024. College acceptance letters had already started arriving. But high school dreams cost money, and Valerie was a hard worker. She'd tried various jobs after school, and on weekends. McDonald's, Domino's, but she found something she genuinely enjoyed in lawn care. There was something satisfying about the work, she told her family. The physical labor, the immediate results, the time spent outdoors. And conveniently, there was someone right in the neighborhood who could give her all the hours she wanted. Patrick Scott was 59 years old and lived just behind the Tyndall family home. Less than 100 yards separated their properties. Scott ran a lawn care business, and he needed help during the busy summer months. When Valerie expressed interest, it seemed like a perfect arrangement. The families became close. Valerie worked for Scott, but the relationship seemed to go beyond employer. An employee. She hung out with his family. She was friends with his granddaughter. Scott and his wife even consoled the Tindalls during difficult times, offering the kind of support that neighbors give to neighbors in small towns. For more than 2 years, this arrangement continued. Valerie mowed lawns, trimmed hedges, and earned money for her future. Her mother, Sheena, was grateful that her daughter had found something she enjoyed, and that she was doing it in the safety of their small community, working for someone they trusted. But there was something Sheena began to notice, something that didn't quite sit right. Scott seemed unusually invested in Valerie's life. He gave her money beyond her wages. He bought her food, paid for her gas, took her on trips. To Sheena, the way Scott acted around her daughter reminded her less of a boss and more of a jealous boyfriend. He tracked Valerie's phone, always seemed to know where she was, who she was with. Sheena mentioned it to Valerie, expressed her concerns. But Valerie didn't see anything wrong with it. He was her boss, she reasoned. He was looking out for her. He was being generous. In a small town where everyone knows everyone, where neighbors help neighbors, wasn't this just normal? Sheena tried to accept this explanation, but the unease remained, a small shadow at the edge of her awareness. And then came June 7th, 2023. It was a Wednesday, an ordinary summer day in Arlington. Valerie told her parents she was going to work. This was routine. She'd done it hundreds of times before. She was wearing a light blue shirt, jean shorts, and sandals. Her fingernails were painted orange, a bright, cheerful color she just applied and posted about on social media. She grabbed the keys to her car, a green 2000 Honda Accord, and headed out the door. According to what investigators would later piece together, Valerie met up with Patrick Scott in Shelbyville, near the high school. Someone had overheard Scott telling Valerie that he was going to take her somewhere special for lunch that day, that he planned to take her to Indianapolis. But they didn't go to Indianapolis. Instead, Scott drove Valerie back to his house, in Arlington, the house that sat just behind her family's home, close enough that if she'd called out, they might have heard her. They arrived at Scott's residence around 12:59 in the afternoon. What happened next would remain known only to Patrick Scott for many months to come. By the evening of June 7th, Valerie hadn't come home. This wasn't entirely unusual at first. She was 17, had her own car, her own life. But as the hours stretched on and she didn't answer her phone, didn't respond to messages, her parents began to worry. By June 8th, that worry had transformed into fear. Valerie was reported missing. On June 10th, the Indiana State Police issued a silver alert for Valerie Leona Tyndall. The alert described her as a white female, 5 feet 6 inches tall, approximately 162 pounds, with brown hair and hazel eyes. She was last seen wearing a light blue shirt, jean shorts, and sandals, driving a green 2000 Honda Accord with license plate Zulu Yankee Kilo 833. The community mobilized. In small towns, when someone goes missing, everyone feels it. Search parties formed. Flyers went up. Social media posts circulated widely. Valerie's face appeared on computer screens and phone displays across Indiana and beyond. Please, the family begged. If you've seen her, if you know anything, come forward. The Rush County Sheriff's Department, led by Sheriff Alan Rice, immediately began investigating. They executed search warrants on social media platforms, phone providers, and bank accounts, trying to track Valerie's movements. They interviewed everyone who'd had contact with her in the days before her disappearance, and very quickly one name kept appearing: Patrick Scott. Scott had been one of the last people to see Valerie alive. According to witnesses, Valerie's car had been spotted at an apartment complex in Shelbyville where Scott had done lawn care work. When police found the car and questioned Scott about it, he had an explanation ready. He said he dropped Valerie off in Homer, a small town roughly 5 miles from Arlington. He claimed she'd gotten into a vehicle with an unknown male and driven away. He said he'd moved her car later because she'd asked him to. But Scott's story kept changing. Details shifted. Timelines didn't match. In late June, investigators charged him with providing false information to police. A sign that they knew something wasn't right. Still without a body, without physical evidence, without proof of a crime. All they could do was watch him and keep searching. The days turned into weeks. June became July, then August. On August 9th, 2 months after Valerie vanished, the Rush County Sheriff's Department issued a statement that sent a chill through the community. They said they believed it was possible that Valerie had been receiving aid from individuals whose goal was to keep her hidden. The implication was clear. They thought she might still be alive, hiding somewhere, perhaps against her will. Shenna Sendifer clung to this hope even as it grew fainter with each passing day. She kept expecting Valerie to come home for her sister's graduation. Surely she wouldn't miss that. Then Valerie's 18th birthday approached, August 29th. Surely she would come home for that. But August 29th came and went, and Valerie didn't come home. Throughout this time, Patrick Scott remained visible in the community. He continued running his lawn care business, driving his truck through town, living his life, and according to Valerie's parents, he did something that, in retrospect, seems almost incomprehensible. He consoled them. Scott and his wife spoke to the Tyndalls multiple times after Valerie disappeared. They reassured them. They told them not to worry too much, that Valerie had probably just run away, that she'd come home when she was ready. They offered comfort to the family of the girl Scott had killed. He had no remorse. Jack Tyndall, Valerie's father, would later say. She worked for him for more than 2 years, and there's no remorse at all. As summer faded into fall, investigators continued their methodical work. They'd executed more than 50 search warrants by this point, gathering massive amounts of data from phone records, financial transactions, social media accounts. Weeks were spent analyzing this information, looking for patterns, for clues, for anything that might tell them what happened to Valerie Tyndall. And slowly their focus narrowed to one person, one property. Patrick Scott's lawn care business gave him access to remote locations all over the county. There were so many places he could have gone, so many properties he worked on. But investigators kept coming back to his own home, to that property that sat just behind where Valerie's parents were waiting, hoping, praying for their daughter to come home. On October 11th, investigators brought cadaver-sniffing dogs to Scott's property. The dogs indicated the cell of decomposition near a pond on the land. Police conducted a search but found nothing in the water. One of the dog handlers explained to investigators that water has a tendency to hold odor, that the smell could have come from runoff into the pond. In other words, the source might be nearby, on land, and the scent had simply drifted to the water. The next day, October 12th, police flew over Scott's property with aircraft, conducting an aerial survey. In the images, they noted multiple areas of obvious ground disturbance. Then there were the witness reports. Neighbors had seen something strange in the weeks after Valerie disappeared. They'd seen Patrick Scott tearing down his garage. Nothing unusual about that, perhaps, except that he was doing it at 2 o'clock in the morning, and after he'd torn it down, he'd burned it. All of this information accumulated, piece by piece, like a puzzle coming together in slow motion. On November 27th, 5 months after Valerie Tyndall disappeared, investigators requested new search warrants for Scott's property. November 28, 2023. It was a Tuesday morning when nearly 40 federal agents and local law enforcement officers descended on Patrick Scott's property in Arlington. FBI agents, U.S. Marshals, Rush County Sheriff's deputies. They arrived in force, prepared for an extensive search. The property wasn't large, but it was cluttered with the detritus of a lawn care business. Equipment, tools, debris piled in various locations. The investigators worked methodically, moving through the property section by section. And then they found it. Hidden beneath a pile of miscellaneous debris were 2 rectangular boxes. homemade constructions of 2x4s, an oriented strand board. The boxes were wrapped in tarps, sealed with duct tape along every seam. As soon as investigators began to uncover the first box, they smelled it. The unmistakable odor of decomposition, powerful even through the plastic wrapping. Using shovels, they carefully excavated the box and opened it. Inside, wrapped in black plastic, were human remains. And among those remains, still visible despite the months that had passed, were fingernails painted orange. Orange nail polish. The same color Valerie had been wearing in her last social media post on June 7th. Patrick Scott was arrested that evening and taken to the Rush County Jail, charged preliminarily with murder. 2 days later, on November 30th, the Rush County coroner positively identified the remains as those of Valerie Leona Tyndall. The search was over, but not in the way anyone had hoped. After his arrest, Patrick Scott was read his Miranda rights and questioned by investigators. And perhaps surprisingly, perhaps because he knew the evidence was overwhelming, perhaps for reasons known only to him, he confessed. Scott told investigators what had happened on June 7th. He said that after he picked up Valerie and brought her back to his house, she had come on to him. He claimed she was trying to seduce him, that she wanted him to buy her a car, that she was going to blackmail him if he didn't comply. He said she threatened to tell people he was making advances toward her, that she started to take her clothes off. He said they'd had a pushing and shoving altercation. And then Scott said he strangled her with his belt. He placed it around her neck and held it there until she stopped moving. I put it around her neck and I held onto it until she quit, he allegedly told police. When officers asked him what was going through his head at that moment, Scott said he didn't know what to do with her. He said he held the belt on her until she quit moving. When asked if he knew she was dead then, he responded, "I pretty much figured so." Scott told investigators he wasn't too crazy about having killed Valerie. When asked if he hated her, he said no. He said the two had done all sorts of things together outside of working, shopping, going out to eat. They'd been close, he said. After Valerie was dead, Scott said he moved her body into his office, where he stored it for the night. The next day, June 8th, while Valerie's parents were beginning to panic, while they were calling her phone over and over, while they were preparing to file a missing person report, Patrick Scott went to Home Depot in Greenfield. Investigators later found the receipts. He purchased 2x4s and oriented strand boards. He came home and built a box. He wrapped Valerie's body in black plastic and tape. He placed her in the box he'd built and screwed it shut. Then he wheeled the box out of his office on a dolly, took it to another property he owned, and buried it in a hole he'd dug, covering it with debris and dirt. And then, and this detail is perhaps the most chilling of all, when investigators asked Scott about the belt he'd used to strangle Valerie, he said he didn't remember where it was, but he admitted he continued to wear it afterward. He wore it to work. He wore it around town. He wore it when he spoke to Valerie's parents and told them she'd probably run away. He wore the instrument of murder around his waist every day for 5 months, while a community searched desperately for a girl he knew was buried in his backyard. The legal proceedings moved relatively quickly after Scott's arrest. He was initially charged with murder, obstruction of justice, and providing false information to law enforcement. On January 25, 2024, Patrick Scott's attorney negotiated a plea deal with prosecutors. In exchange for pleading guilty to murder, the charges of obstruction of justice and providing false information would be dropped. The agreed-upon sentence was 57 years in prison. On March 11, 2024, Scott appeared in Rush County Circuit Court. He pleaded guilty to the murder of Valerie Tyndall. The judge accepted the plea agreement and officially sentenced him to 57 years in the Indiana Department of Correction. He was also ordered to pay more than $10,000 in restitution to Valerie's family. 57 years. For a man who was 59 years old at the time of sentencing, it was effectively a life sentence. In statements to the press after the sentencing, Valerie's parents expressed their grief and anger. Her mother, Sheena, said it made her sick to think about what had happened, particularly the fact that Scott had kept Valerie's body in his house, that he'd gone about his daily life with her remains hidden on his property. "We moved away from Indianapolis to get away from violence," Sheena said, the terrible irony evident in her voice. "And we moved across the street from her predator." Jack Tyndall spoke about the betrayal of trust. Valerie had worked for Scott for more than 2 years. The families had been close. Scott's granddaughter had been Valerie's friend. And through it all, Scott had shown no remorse, no humanity. "There's gonna be a hole there forever," Sheena said. On December 9th, 2023, a celebration of life service was held for Valerie at the Arlington Christian Church. The same small-town church that had been part of the community fabric she'd known. Friends and family came to remember the girl with the infectious smile, the girl who loved animals and video games, the girl who had dreams of becoming a veterinarian, the girl whose life had been stolen from her at 17. What do we take from a story like this? What lessons can be drawn from such senseless violence? Perhaps it's simply this, that danger doesn't always look like danger. It doesn't always arrive in the form of strangers lurking in dark alleys or predators hiding in obvious places. Sometimes it lives next door. Sometimes it offers you a job, smiles at your family, becomes part of your daily life. Valerie's mother had sought safety for her daughter. She'd moved away from the city, away from the violence she feared. She'd chosen a small town, a place where everyone knew everyone, where community meant something, and in doing so, she'd placed her daughter directly in the path of someone who would destroy her. This is not to say the choice was wrong. How could Sheena have known? How could anyone have known? Patrick Scott was a neighbor, a trusted member of the community, a businessman, a grandfather. There were no obvious warning signs, no criminal history, nothing that screamed danger, except perhaps there were small signs. Sheena's intuition that told her something was off about how Scott treated Valerie. The way he tracked her phone, the way he seemed possessive. But hindsight is cruelly clear, and in the moment, these things can seem ambiguous, easily explained away. The investigation into Valerie's disappearance demonstrated both the dedication and the limitations of law enforcement. Sheriff Alan Rice and his team executed over 50 search warrants, spent months analyzing data, brought in federal resources. They suspected Scott almost from the beginning, but suspicion isn't proof. They needed evidence, and in cases like this, where a perpetrator has time to hide and destroy evidence, that can take months to accumulate. The use of cadaver dogs, aerial surveillance, persistent follow-up on every lead. All of this eventually led investigators to where Valerie was buried. But it took 5 months, during which her family hoped against hope that she might still be alive. 5 months during which Patrick Scott went about his life, keeping his terrible secret. There's something particularly haunting about the geography of this crime. Valerie was buried less than 100 yards from her family's home, while her parents were inside, grieving, searching, hoping their daughter was so close. She'd never left the neighborhood. She'd been there all along. And then there's the question that can never truly be answered. Why? Why did Patrick Scott kill Valerie Tyndall? His explanation that she was trying to seduce and blackmail him seems designed to shift blame, to make himself the victim of her actions. But consider the power dynamic. A 59-year-old man and a 17-year-old girl. His employee, someone he'd known for 2 years, whose family trusted him, someone whose phone he tracked, whose life he monitored, to whom he gave money and gifts beyond what her work required. The more likely truth, the truth suggested by his possessive behavior and the mother's observation that he acted like a jealous boyfriend, is that Scott had developed an inappropriate obsession with Valerie. When she perhaps rebuffed him, or when he feared exposure for whatever inappropriate relationship or behavior had been occurring, he killed her to keep his secrets. But we'll never know the complete truth. Valerie can't tell us her side of the story. She can't tell us what really happened in that house on June 7th. She can't tell us if she was afraid, if she knew danger was coming, if she fought back, if she cried out. All we have is silence, and one man's self-serving explanation. So here we are, at the end of Valerie's story. A story that should have had so many more chapters. She should have graduated from high school in 2024. She should have gone to college, pursued her dream of becoming a veterinarian, loved and laughed and lived a full life. Instead, she's gone, taken far too soon by someone who was supposed to be safe, someone who was supposed to be a neighbor, a friend, a responsible adult. The residents of Arlington, Indiana, carry this story with them now. Every time they pass the property where Valerie was found, every time they remember that summer when the girl with the orange nail polish disappeared, they're reminded that tragedy can strike anywhere, that evil can wear a familiar face. But they also carry Valerie's memory. They remember her smile, her sense of humor, her dreams. They remember the girl who loved animals and wanted to help them. They remember the daughter, sister, cousin, and friend who mattered to so many people. And perhaps that's what we should take from this as we drift towards sleep. Not just the horror of what happened, but the preciousness of what was lost. Every life matters. Every person has dreams, has people who love them, has a future that should unfold. Valerie Tyndall mattered. Her life meant something, and though Patrick Scott took her future, he couldn't erase the 17 years she lived, the love she gave and received, the mark she left on the world. So as you close your eyes tonight, safe in your bed, remember Valerie. Remember her infectious smile. Remember that she wanted to be a veterinarian. Remember that she loved a Boston Terrier named Lacey. Remember that she was more than a victim, more than a headline, more than a true crime story. She was a person as real as you or me, and she deserved so much better. Please, I'm just putting it out there. If you're still awake and listening, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from, the time in your part of the world, or just say something to let me know you're still with me. And of course, if you haven't already, like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story for sleep. Now, let's move on to our fourth story. Story 4. Tonight we journey into the low country of South Carolina, where Spanish moss hangs heavy from ancient oak trees, and the air is thick with humidity and secrets. This is a story of power, privilege, and the gradual unraveling of a dynasty that had held sway over a corner of the American South for nearly a century. This is the story of Alex Murdaugh. To understand what happened on that humid June evening in 2021, we must first travel back through time, back through generations of a family that became synonymous with justice itself in a rural corner of South Carolina. The Murdaugh family story begins in 1910, when Randolph Murdaugh Sr. established what would become a powerful law firm in Hampton County. But it was in 1920 that the family truly cemented its legacy. That year, Randolph Murdaugh Sr. was elected as the 14th Circuit Solicitor, the chief prosecutor for 5 counties in South Carolina's Low Country. Imagine, if you will, the weight of that position. The solicitor held the power to decide which cases would be prosecuted, which would be dropped, who would face justice and who would be shown mercy. It was a position of immense influence in a rural, tight-knit community where everyone knew everyone else's business. But here's what made the Murdaugh story truly remarkable, truly unusual in American legal history. When Randolph Sr. retired, his son Randolph Jr. took over the position, and when Randolph Jr. retired, his son Randolph III stepped into the role for 86 consecutive years, from 1920 to 2006. A member of the Murdaugh family served as the chief prosecutor for South Carolina's 14th Circuit. Locals didn't just call it Hampton County, they called it Murdaugh Country. The family was everywhere. Their law firm, Peters Murdaugh, Parker, Elsroth, and Detrick, known simply as PMP Deed, became the go-to practice for personal injury cases. If you were hurt in an accident, if you needed legal help, you called the Murdaughs. They were woven into the very fabric of the community, attending the same churches, the same social events, their children playing with your children. And in 1968, a boy was born into this dynasty. His name was Richard Alexander Murdaugh, but everyone called him Alex. Alex Murdaugh grew up knowing exactly who he was supposed to be. The expectations were clear, written in family history and community expectations. He would become a lawyer, just like his father, his grandfather, his great-grandfather. He would carry on the family name and the family business. And for a long time, it seemed as though Alex would fulfill that destiny perfectly. He attended law school. He joined the family firm. He married a beautiful woman named Margaret, whom everyone called Maggie. They had 2 sons, Richard Alexander Jr., called Buster, and Paul. The family seemed to have everything: prestige, wealth, connections, respect. By all outward appearances, Alex Murdaugh was living the dream. He was a successful attorney at PMP Deed, handling personal injury cases and bringing in substantial revenue for the firm. He and Maggie owned multiple properties, including a beautiful estate in Islandton called Moselle. Moselle, let's pause here for a moment and picture this place, because it will become central to our story. The Moselle property sprawled across approximately 1,700 acres of South Carolina lowcountry. It was purchased around 2012 from a friend named Barrett Bulwer. The landscape was a mixture of everything the region had to offer. Stretches of swampland where cypress trees rose from dark water, plotted fields perfect for dove hunting, dense forest where deer would emerge at dusk, and over 2 miles of river frontage. The main house was custom built, completed in 2011. It was substantial, over 5,000 square feet. A place designed for a family of means. But the property was so much more than just the house. There were dog kennels, where the Murdau's kept their hunting dogs. There was a cabin. There were dove fields with dead wires and perimeter fencing. There were man-made waterfowl impoundments that could be flooded to attract ducks. There were miles of improved roads cutting through areas that were otherwise inaccessible wilderness. It was a hunter's paradise, a place where Alex could take his sons to hunt deer and turkey and waterfowl, where they could fish in the river, where they could escape from the pressures of their very public life in Hampton. The property also had a significant population of wild hogs that would root through the dove fields, destroying crops, so hunting them became almost a necessity, a way to protect their land while enjoying the sport. This was the world Alex Murdau inhabited. This was his kingdom, but beneath the surface, something was deeply, terribly wrong. The first hint that something was amiss in the Murdau world came not from Alex himself, but from his younger son, Paul. It was February 24th, 2019, a Saturday night. A group of teenagers and young adults gathered for what should have been a harmless evening of fun. They climbed aboard a boat owned by Alex Murdau, planning to cruise the waters near Beaufort County. There were 6 people on board that night. Paul Murdau, then 19 years old, was among them. So was his girlfriend at the time, Morgan Dowdy, and there was a young woman named Mallory Beach, also 19, bright and full of life. According to testimony from those who were there, the evening began festively but took a dark turn as Paul's behavior became increasingly erratic and aggressive. Witnesses would later say that Paul had been drinking heavily. An altercation broke out between Paul and his girlfriend. Then in the darkness, tragedy struck. The boat crashed. The impact was devastating. Passengers were thrown into the cold water. When they managed to take count, 1 person was missing, Mallory Beach. Search and rescue teams scoured the area throughout the night, but Mallory wasn't found until a week later. Her body was recovered from the water. She had drowned, a life full of promise, ended at 19. The crash sent shockwaves through the community. Paul Murdau was charged with boating under the influence causing death and boating under the influence causing great bodily harm. He pleaded not guilty. The case began to wind its way through the legal system. But this was Murdau country.
Remember?
The family's influence ran deep. Some wondered if Paul would ever truly face consequences. The solicitor who would normally prosecute such a case, Duffy Stone, recused himself from the case because of personal connections to the Murdau family, the first non-Murdau to hold the position since 1920. Stone nevertheless understood how intertwined he was with the family. The Beach family filed a wrongful death lawsuit, not just against Paul, but against Alex Murdau as the owner of the boat. The lawsuit expanded to include other parties they claimed had served alcohol to underage individuals that night. And as 2019 turned into 2020, and 2020 became 2021, the pressure mounted. Court-ordered mediation failed on June 4th, 2021. It appeared the case was heading to trial. Financial details about the Murdau family wealth would become public record. Questions would be asked. Scrutiny would intensify. The Murdaus were facing something they weren't used to facing: public accountability. But the boat crash wasn't the only shadow hanging over the Murdau family. There were other deaths, other mysteries, other questions that had never been fully answered. Let's go back to February 2nd, 2018. Gloria Satterfield had worked as a housekeeper and nanny for the Murdau family for more than 2 decades. She was, by all accounts, a devoted employee, someone who had become woven into the family's daily life. Morgan Dowdy, Paul's ex-girlfriend, would later describe Gloria as being like a second mother to Paul. On that February day, something happened at the Moselle estate. The exact circumstances remain unclear. shrouded in conflicting accounts and suspicious details. A 911 call was placed. In the recording, you can hear Maggie Murdau's voice strained with concern. She reported that Gloria had fallen on the brick stairs at the front of their home. Gloria was bleeding from her head. She was conscious but mumbling, not fully coherent. Emergency responders arrived. Gloria was airlifted to the hospital with a traumatic brain injury. For 3 weeks, she lingered in the hospital, never able to communicate what had happened to her. On February 26th, she died from complications related to the fall, including a stroke. She was 57 years old. Alex Murdaugh told investigators that the family's dogs, Bubba, Bourbon, Blue, and Sassy, had caused Gloria to trip and fall. He said Gloria had told him this herself when she briefly regained consciousness. However, hospital staff would later note that Gloria said she had no idea what made her fall. What should have been a straightforward accident investigation took strange turns. No coroner was notified. No autopsy was performed. The death certificate listed the cause of death as natural causes, which struck some as odd for someone who had died from head trauma sustained in a fall. But here's where the story becomes even more troubling. Alex Murdaugh told Gloria's 2 sons, Tony and Brian, that he would help them. He encouraged them to file a wrongful death lawsuit against him because of the dogs, because the accident had happened on his property. He told them he had insurance that would pay out a settlement. He recommended they use a lawyer friend of his named Corey Fleming. The sons trusted him. Why wouldn't they? Alex Murdaugh was a powerful, respected attorney. He had employed their mother for over 20 years. Surely he had their best interests at heart. A settlement was reached. $4.3 million from insurance companies. Gloria's sons never saw a penny of it. Alex Murdaugh, with the help of his friend Corey Fleming, had engineered an elaborate scheme to steal every dollar of that settlement. The money went into accounts that Alex controlled. He created fake documents. He forged signature. He lied to the insurance companies about where the money was going. For years, Gloria's sons had no idea that a settlement had even been reached. They assumed their mother's death had resulted in nothing, that the case had simply been closed. They struggled financially, never knowing that millions of dollars meant for them had been stolen by the man their mother had served faithfully for 2 decades. It was only in 2021, when news coverage of the Murdaugh family intensified after the boat crash, that Gloria's sons learned the truth. They read about a settlement in the newspaper and thought, wait, what settlement? That's when they hired attorneys, Eric Bland and Ronnie Richter, who began to dig into what had happened. What they discovered was breathtaking in its audacity and cruelty. As investigators began pulling on the thread of Gloria Satterfield's stolen settlement, the entire fabric of Alex Murdaugh's life began to unravel. It turned out that Gloria's case wasn't an isolated incident. It was part of a pattern that stretched back years, perhaps decades. Alex Murdaugh had been stealing from his clients, from his law firm, from anyone he could deceive. The methods varied, but the core deception remained the same. Find vulnerable people, gain their trust, then take their money. He would settle personal injury cases for his clients, and then tell them the settlement was for less than it actually was, pocketing the difference. He would create fake bank accounts with names designed to look official and legitimate. He would forge documents. He would lie with a smile on his face and sympathy in his voice. The victims were often people at the lowest points of their lives. They were injured, disabled, struggling financially. They were precisely the kind of clients who came to PMP Ed, seeking justice and compensation for their suffering. And Alex Murdaugh exploited them ruthlessly. One particularly disturbing case involved a client who was in a catastrophic accident and needed structured settlements to pay for ongoing medical care. Alex stole from those settlements, taking money that was meant to keep a severely injured person alive and comfortable. Another involved a deaf client who couldn't easily communicate with others and relied on Alex to handle everything honestly. The amounts varied. Sometimes it was hundreds of thousands of dollars. Sometimes it was millions. But it all added up. By the time investigators finished their work, they determined that Alex Murdaugh had stolen approximately $9.3 million from clients and his law firm. $9.3 million. And where did all that money go? That was another mystery. Alex lived well, the properties, the boats, the lifestyle, but not that well. Not well enough to account for nearly $10 million Investigators would later discover that Alex had developed a severe opioid addiction, spending tens of thousands of dollars on pills. But even that didn't explain where all the money had gone. Some speculated he was covering other debts, paying people off, maintaining the illusion of Murdaugh wealth and power even as the foundation crumbled beneath him. Which brings us to the heart of our story. June 7th, 2021, a Monday evening in the South Carolina Lowcountry. The day had been stressful for Alex Murdaugh. That morning, confronted by the chief financial officer at his law firm, he had been asked about missing money. Specifically $792,000 that couldn't be accounted for. Alex had made excuses, deflected, promised to explain everything. But he knew the walls were closing in. The lawsuit from the Beach family was looming. The financial crimes were on the verge of exposure. Everything he had built, everything his family had built for generations, was about to collapse. That evening, as the sun began its descent toward the horizon, 3 members of the Murdaugh family were at the Moselle estate. Alex, age 53, his wife Maggie, age 52, and their younger son Paul, age 22. Phone records and data would later paint a detailed picture of their movements that evening. Maggie had been in Charleston earlier in the day, getting a pedicure. Phone records show she spoke with her sister during the drive back to Moselle. Her sister would later testify that Alex had encouraged Maggie to come to Moselle that evening, even though Maggie had been spending more time at their beach house lately. It's worth noting something here, something that adds another layer of sadness to this story. Investigators later learned that Maggie had been considering divorce. She had consulted with a divorce attorney in Charleston in the weeks before her death. She was contemplating leaving Alex, perhaps sensing that something was very wrong, perhaps tired of the stress and the secrets. But on this evening she came to Moselle. Paul arrived at the property around 7:04 in the evening. Alex was already there, having arrived around 6:42. Phone and vehicle GPS data tracked all of their movements with eerie precision. Around 7:39, Paul recorded a Snapchat video on his phone, capturing the everyday moments of life at Moselle. He sent the video at 7:56. By 8:14, both Paul and Maggie's phones showed they were at the main house. Their phones were locked for much of the time between 8:14 and 8:32, suggesting they were eating dinner with Alex. Then around 8:32, movement. Paul began heading toward the dog kennels, that area several hundred yards from the main house where the Murdaughs kept their hunting dogs. At 8:44 and 55 seconds, Paul took another video. This one would change everything. He was recording footage to send to his friend Rogan Gibson, probably showing him one of the dogs. The video itself seems mundane, but in the background, voices can be heard. 3 distinct voices. Witnesses who later watched the video identified those voices as belonging to Paul, Maggie, and Alex. This video would prove, definitively, that Alex Murdaugh was at the kennels with his wife and son at 8:44 p.m. Paul's phone was unlocked for the last time at 8:48 p.m. Maggie's phone was unlocked for the last time at 8:49 p.m. Then at 8:49, Maggie's phone showed unusual activity. The orientation changed multiple times over 2 minutes, from portrait to landscape and back again, as if the phone was being moved or jostled. But the phone was never unlocked. This was the window. This was when it happened. Sometime between 8:49 and 9 p.m., in the fading light of that June evening, Maggie and Paul Murdaugh were shot to death. Multiple shots, different weapons. Paul was killed with a shotgun. Maggie was killed with a rifle. The violence was shocking in its brutality. This wasn't a single shot from a distance. This was close range. This was personal. And then silence fell over the kennels, broken only by the sounds of confused dogs and the eternal song of insects in the humid low-country air. At 10:06 p.m., Alex Murdaugh called 911. His voice on the recording is frantic, distraught. He's found them, he says. His wife, his son, they've been shot. They're dead. Responders rushed to the scene. What they found was a nightmare. Paul's body was near the entrance to a building at the kennels, a structure sometimes called the Quail House. He had been shot twice with a shotgun. The damage was catastrophic. Maggie's body was nearby, outside in the open. She had been shot multiple times with a rifle, possibly an AR-style weapon. Alex was there when the authorities arrived, apparently distraught, calling family members, pacing. He told investigators he had been visiting his mother earlier in the evening. His mother had dementia and lived nearby. He said he had left Maggie and Paul at the house around 7 in the evening and had not gone down to the kennels at all. When he returned home around 10 p.m., he discovered their bodies and immediately called 911. It was a simple story. Clear. He had an alibi. The initial investigation was careful. Hampton County and the surrounding area had never seen anything like this. This was a double murder of members of the most prominent family in the region. The South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, known as SLED, took over the investigation. From the beginning, there were whispers. People wondered, could this be connected to the boat crash? Was someone seeking revenge for Mallory Beach's death? Could this be related to Alex's legal work? A disgruntled client or an enemy he'd made in court? Or could it be something else entirely? Days turned into weeks. Weeks turned into months. No arrests were made. The Murdaugh family held a funeral that drew hundreds of mourners. Buster Murdaugh, Alex's surviving son, stood with his father, both dressed in dark suits, accepting condolences. Alex and Buster even announced a reward. $100,000 for information leading to the conviction of whoever was responsible. To the public, Alex appeared to be a grieving husband and father, seeking justice for his murdered family members. But behind the scenes, investigators were gathering evidence, and they were becoming increasingly suspicious. In August 2021, 2 months after the murders, Alex Murdaugh sat down for a lengthy interview with SLED agents. They asked him detailed questions about his movements on June 7th. They asked about his relationship with Maggie and Paul. They asked about the boat crash. They asked about his finances. And they asked him about the kennels. Specifically, they asked if he had been at the kennels around the time of the murders. Alex was adamant. No. He had not gone to the kennels that evening. He had taken a nap after dinner. He had left to visit his mother. That was his story, and he stuck to it. Then investigators showed him something. The video. The one from Paul's phone, recorded at 8:44 p.m. They played it for him. They asked him to identify the voices. Alex initially suggested maybe it wasn't him. Maybe it was someone else. But the investigators had already shown the video to multiple people who knew the family. Everyone agreed. Those were the voices of Alex, Maggie, and Paul. The video placed Alex at the scene of the murders, at the kennels just minutes before his wife and son were killed. And Alex had lied about it. He had lied to investigators, to his family, to everyone. When confronted with this contradiction, Alex's story began to shift. He admitted, yes, maybe he had been at the kennels briefly. He had forgotten. He was confused. The trauma of finding his family had muddled his memory, but investigators didn't believe him. Why would someone forget being at a location just minutes before their family was murdered there? Why would someone repeatedly, insistently lie about something so crucial? And if Alex had lied about this, what else was he lying about? As if the story couldn't become any stranger. On September 4th, 2021, less than 3 months after Maggie and Paul's murders, Alex Murdaugh called 911 again. He had been shot, he said. He was on Old Salcahatchee Road near Varnville, South Carolina. He had been changing a tire when a vehicle passed, then turned around. Someone in the vehicle shot him in the head. It seemed like another tragedy, another attack on the beleaguered Murdaugh family. Alex was taken to the hospital. His injuries were described as superficial. A grazing wound to the head. He survived. The story made headlines. Was someone targeting the Murdaugh family? Was this connected to the murders of Maggie and Paul? But within days, the story collapsed. On September 6th, Alex's law firm released a statement. Alex had resigned. He had been accused of misappropriating funds. An investigation was underway. Then, on September 13th, Alex Murdaugh gave another statement to SLED. He admitted the roadside shooting had been staged. There had been no random attacker. Instead, Alex had arranged the entire thing with a man named Curtis Edward Smith. Why? According to Alex's statement, he was suicidal. His wife and son were dead. His crimes were being exposed. Everything was falling apart, so he had asked Curtis to shoot and kill him, making it look like a murder. That way, Alex's surviving son, Buster, could collect on a life insurance policy worth approximately $10 million. The plan had failed when Curtis, apparently unable to bring himself to kill Alex, had only grazed him instead. Curtis was arrested and charged with assisted suicide, assault, insurance fraud conspiracy. Alex was charged with insurance fraud, conspiracy to commit insurance fraud, and filing a false police report. The public was stunned. Alex Murdaugh, the grieving father and husband, had been lying again. He had staged his own shooting, and now with his financial crimes exposed, people began to wonder about everything else. The fall of 2021 and the winter of 2021 to 2022 became a cascade of revelations and charges. Gloria Satterfield's sons came forward with their lawsuit. The investigation into her death was reopened, and it was announced that it would be investigated as a potential crime rather than an accident. Alex's law firm sued him to recover the funds he had stolen. The South Carolina Attorney General's office began issuing indictment after indictment. 22 federal charges, 99 state charges, wire fraud, bank fraud, money laundering, tax evasion, breach of trust, computer crimes. The list went on and on. Alex was arrested and held in jail. The prestigious attorney who had once walked the halls of the courthouse as a powerful player was now an inmate, wearing an orange jumpsuit, appearing before judges in shackles. His assets were frozen. The Moselle estate would eventually be put up for sale. The beach house would be listed. Everything the Murdaugh family had built was being liquidated to pay back victims. And through it all, the question remained, what about Maggie and Paul? On July 14, 2022, more than a year after the murders, a Colleton County grand jury issued indictments. Alex Murdaugh was charged with 2 counts of murder and 2 counts of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. The indictment stated that Alex had shot Maggie with a rifle and Paul with a shotgun. Finally, officially, authorities were stating what many had suspected. Alex Murdaugh had killed his own wife and son. He pleaded not guilty. His attorneys maintained his innocence. They argued that investigators had rushed to judgment, that the case against Alex was based on circumstantial evidence and speculation rather than facts. The trial was scheduled for January 2023. On January 25, 2023, the trial began at the Colleton County Courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina. Local media called it South Carolina's trial of the century. The courtroom was packed. News cameras were everywhere. The entire nation seemed to be watching. The prosecution, led by Cretan Waters, presented a methodical case. Their theory was straightforward. Alex Murdaugh killed his wife and son to gain sympathy and buy time. He was facing exposure for his financial crimes. The boat crash lawsuit was coming to trial. His world was collapsing. By murdering Maggie and Paul, Alex hoped to distract from his other crimes, to garner sympathy, to delay the inevitable reckoning. They presented the timeline, showing Alex's movements that night using phone data, car GPS, and other forensic evidence. They showed the video that placed Alex at the kennels just minutes before the murders. They called witness after witness. Maggie's sister testified about how Alex had encouraged Maggie to go to Moselle. That evening, financial experts detailed the elaborate theft schemes. Law enforcement officers described the crime scene. The defense, led by attorneys Dick Harpootlian and Jim Griffin, argued that the evidence was circumstantial. Yes, Alex had been at the kennels. Yes, he had lied about it initially. But that didn't make him a murderer. They suggested the killings could have been the work of someone else, perhaps connected to the boat crash, perhaps someone Alex had angered through his legal work. They brought in expert witnesses who questioned the state's forensic analysis. One expert testified that the presumed height of the shooter wasn't consistent with Alex's height. Another suggested that the crime scene had been mishandled by first responders. A pathologist disputed some of the conclusions about the wounds. On February 21st, Buster Murdaugh took the stand to testify for his father. It was a heartbreaking moment, a son defending his father against charges of murdering his mother and brother. Then on February 23rd, Alex Murdaugh himself took the stand. For hours he testified. He spoke about his love for his family. He described finding their bodies. He broke down crying multiple times, his voice cracking with emotion. He admitted to lying about being at the kennels. He admitted to stealing from clients and his law firm. He admitted to his addiction to opioids. He admitted to staging the roadside shooting, but he insisted, repeatedly, that he did not kill his wife and son. "I didn't shoot my wife or son," he said. looking directly at the jury. The prosecution's cross-examination was fierce. They hammered at the inconsistencies in his story, the lies he had told, the people he had deceived. They painted him as a man who had lied about everything, a man whose word meant nothing. On February 28th, the jury visited the Moselle property. They walked through the grounds, stood at the kennels where Maggie and Paul had died, tried to understand the geography of that terrible evening. Closing arguments came on March 1st. The prosecution's final message was simple. Alex Murdaugh was a liar and a thief who, when backed into a corner, became a killer. The defense's final plea was equally straightforward. Yes, Alex is a liar and a thief, but that doesn't make him a murderer. The state hasn't proven beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed these killings. The jury began deliberating on March 2nd at 11:47 a.m. 3 hours later, they returned. Guilty. Guilty on 2 counts of murder. Guilty on 2 counts of possession of a weapon during a violent crime. Alex Murdaugh showed little emotion as the verdicts were read. In the gallery, some of Maggie's family members wept. The next day, March 3rd, 2023, Alex Murdaugh was sentenced. Judge Clifton Newman, who had presided over the trial with patient dignity, spoke directly to Murdaugh. He sentenced him to 2 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. Alex Murdaugh, 4th-generation scion of a legal dynasty that had held power for nearly a century, would spend the rest of his life in prison. The story doesn't quite end there. Alex's attorneys filed appeals, arguing that there had been jury tampering during the trial. They pointed to Becky Hill, the clerk of court, who allegedly made inappropriate comments to jurors and had personal connections that should have disqualified her. These appeals are still working their way through the courts. As of late 2024, the Moselle property was eventually sold. First, the entire 1,700-acre estate sold for $3.9 million to local farmers. Later, the main house and 21 acres were sold separately. Intended to become a horse farm, Alex pleaded guilty to the federal financial crimes in September 2023. In April 2024, he was sentenced to 40 years in federal prison for those crimes. That sentence will run concurrently with his life sentences for murder. Gloria Satterfield's sons eventually received $7.5 million in settlements from various parties. The investigation into Stephen Smith's death, a 19-year-old found dead on a rural road in 2015, who had been a classmate of Buster Murdaugh, was reopened and reclassified as a homicide. That investigation is ongoing. The ripples of the Murdaugh case continue to spread through South Carolina's low country. Please, if you're still awake, let's move on to our last story. Story 5. Tonight I'm going to tell you a story. A true story that unfolded in the suburbs of Washington, D.C. in the early summer of 2012. It's a story about ambition and charm, about jealousy and betrayal, and about a detective who refused to let a case go cold. This is the story of Eric Samoa. In the spring of 2012, Eric Samoa was living the kind of life that many people dream about. He was 34 years old, handsome, charismatic, and successful. Born to immigrant parents from Ghana, Eric was the youngest of 4 children. His family had settled in the Springfield area of Virginia, where Eric grew up surrounded by his 2 older sisters and 1 older brother. They were a close family, the kind that checked in on each other regularly, that knew each other's schedules and routines. Eric had graduated from Hayfield High School in Alexandria, and by the time he was 18, he'd already discovered his gift. He could sell anything to anyone. But it wasn't just about the sale for Eric. He had a way of connecting with people, of making them feel valued and understood. His sales manager at Manhattan Jaguar and Range Rover in North Bethesda, a man named Bill Armstrong, had known Eric for 18 years. He would later describe Eric as a genuine, quality person who took care of his customers like they were family. By 2012, Eric had risen to become the #1 salesman at the dealership. He sold luxury vehicles, Jaguars and Range Rovers, to wealthy clients who appreciated his charm and his attention to detail. But Eric wasn't content with just one success. He had the soul of an entrepreneur. He was in the process of launching his own business, a home healthcare staffing company. He saw opportunity everywhere, and he had the drive to pursue it. Eric lived alone in a 6th-floor apartment at the Viridian. an upscale apartment complex on East-West Highway in Silver Spring, Maryland. It was a nice place, the kind of building with locked entry doors and security features that made residents feel safe. His apartment was his sanctuary, decorated to his taste, a reflection of his success. And then there was his personal life. Eric Samoa was by all accounts a ladies' man. He was single and honest about it. He enjoyed the company of women, and women enjoyed his company. He was the kind of man who could walk into a bar and leave with a phone number. His siblings knew about his lifestyle. They'd sometimes encourage him to settle down, to find that one special person. But Eric would just smile and say he was waiting for the right woman to come into his life. He wasn't ready to settle. Not yet. There was too much life to live. His brother Michael would later recall that Eric loved life. He wasn't the type to be weighed down by worry or sadness. He was optimistic, driven, successful. The kind of person who lights up a room just by walking into it. Monday, June 4th, 2012, was a typical day at Manhattan Jaguar and Range Rover. Except for one thing. Eric Samoa didn't show up for work. For anyone who knew Eric, this was immediately alarming. Eric didn't miss work. He was reliable, punctual, dedicated. His absence was so unusual that his manager, Bill Armstrong, grew worried. He tried calling Eric's phone. No answer. He sent text messages. Nothing. Eric's family noticed too. His siblings had been trying to reach him all day. Calls went straight to voicemail. Text messages sat unread. By Tuesday, the worry had turned to fear. This wasn't like Eric. Something was wrong. On Wednesday afternoon, June 6th, Eric's father and one of his sisters called the Montgomery County Police Department. They requested a welfare check. They met the officers outside the Viridian Apartments, their anxiety building with each passing moment. The police made their way to Eric's sixth-floor apartment. The door was locked. There were no signs of forced entry. No indication that anything was amiss from the outside. The officers knocked. No response. They called out Eric's name. Silence. They opened the door. The apartment was quiet, neat. Nothing seemed disturbed. No signs of a struggle. The officers made their way through the living room, down the hallway, toward the bedroom, and there they found him. Eric Samoa was lying in his bed, tucked under his brown sheets, his hands positioned under his chin as if he'd simply drifted off to sleep. But Eric hadn't drifted off to sleep. Someone had shot him at point-blank range in the head. He'd been dead for approximately 2 days. The family members waiting downstairs were given the news they'd been dreading. Eric was gone. The scene was puzzling from the start. There was no gun. If this was a suicide, where was the weapon? And why would someone who loved life, who was at the top of his game professionally and personally, take his own life? Eric's brother would tell investigators with certainty. There's no way he took his life. Eric loved life. But if this was murder, the scene was equally confusing. There were no signs of forced entry. The door had been locked from the inside. Nothing appeared to have been stolen. The apartment wasn't ransacked. And Eric had been in his bed, comfortable, vulnerable, asleep. Whoever killed him had been someone he trusted. Someone he'd let into his home. Someone he felt safe enough around to fall asleep. A spent shell casing was found at the scene, but no gun. Montgomery County Police Detective Dimitri Ruvin was assigned to the case. Ruvin was young, sharp, determined. As he began digging into Eric Samoa's life, he found himself developing an unexpected connection to the victim he'd never met. Eric was around his age, successful, driven, living life on his own terms. Ruvin kept a photograph of Eric on his desk, a reminder to keep pushing, to keep working the case. He and his team even gave the investigation a nickname, the most interesting man in the world. Ruvin started with the family, standard procedure. But it quickly became clear that Eric's siblings and parents weren't suspects. They were devastated, cooperative, desperate for answers. However, conversations with Eric's family did provide valuable insight into his lifestyle. They confirmed what Ruvin had begun to suspect. Eric was seeing multiple women. He was honest about not being in an exclusive relationship with anyone. He enjoyed dating, enjoyed the freedom of being single. One name kept coming up. Denise. She was a woman Eric had been seeing for about a year. She was roughly 20 years older than Eric. and his family hadn't been particularly fond of her. More importantly, she had a key to Eric's apartment. That made her a person of interest. But when Reuven checked Anissa's phone records, they placed her at home on the night of the murder. She was cleared. Then, just days after Eric's body was discovered, another woman came forward. Her name was Katrina Ben. Katrina Renee Ben was 35 years old. Originally from Silver Creek, Mississippi, a small rural town in the southern part of the state. She worked as a traveling nurse, moving from place to place every few months for different assignments. In March of 2012, her work had brought her to the Washington, D.C. suburbs. She'd moved into the Viridian Apartments, the same building where Eric Samoa lived. In fact, Katrina lived right next door to Eric. They'd met sometime in late March, about 2 weeks after Katrina moved in. According to Katrina, Eric had approached her one day outside the building. He'd noticed her scrubs and asked if she was a nurse. She confirmed that she was, working with the National Institutes of Health. They'd struck up a conversation. Eric was charming, friendly, easy to talk to. The flirtation had turned into something more. They'd gone on several dates over the following weeks, usually on Monday nights. Both of them enjoyed watching basketball, and Monday nights became their routine. They'd meet at one of their apartments, order food, watch the game. Sometimes the evening would end with them sleeping together. But Katrina Ben would later claim that she never thought the relationship was serious. She told investigators that she didn't believe Eric was being sincere with her, that she suspected he was seeing other women, and she was right. On June 8, 2012, just 2 days after Eric's body was discovered, Katrina Ben walked into the police station. She appeared distraught, emotional. She told Detective Reuven that she'd heard about Eric's death and wanted to know what happened. She explained that she was Eric's neighbor and that they'd been romantically involved. She said she was heartbroken, that she wanted to help with the investigation in any way she could. Reuven sat down with her for an interview. Katrina was cooperative, forthcoming. She recounted their relationship, how they'd met, how much she'd liked him. She seemed genuinely grief-stricken. When Reuven asked about the night Eric died, Katrina provided a detailed account. She said she'd been with Eric on Monday night, June 4th. They'd watched a game together at his apartment. At some point during the evening, Eric had mentioned that he wanted to smoke marijuana, so they'd gotten into his car and driven to meet a local dealer. Katrina described the dealer as bald, skinny, with a scruffy beard. They bought the marijuana and returned to Eric's apartment. According to Katrina, after they got back, she and Eric had sex. Then she fell asleep. But sometime later, she woke up. Eric was talking to someone. She couldn't see who it was, but she felt uneasy. Maybe it was the drug dealer, she suggested. The situation made her uncomfortable, so around 5:30 in the morning, she left and went back to her own apartment. It was a compelling story, and it gave investigators a new lead. The mysterious marijuana dealer. Reuven tracked down the dealer Katrina had described, but when questioned, the dealer denied ever being at Eric's apartment that night. "I don't deliver," he told Reuven firmly, and there was no evidence to contradict him. No security footage showed him entering the building. No DNA evidence placed him in Eric's apartment. The lead was a dead end. But Reuven wasn't ready to dismiss Katrina Ben just yet. Something about her story didn't sit right with him. He decided to pay her another visit. By this time, Katrina had moved to Baltimore for a new nursing assignment. Reuven and another detective drove up to interview her again. This time, the conversation took a different turn. Reuven asked Katrina directly if she owned a gun. She said no. She'd never owned a gun. Never even fired one. Reuven made a note of that. Weeks turned into months. The investigation stalled. Detective Reuven had theories, suspicions, but no hard evidence. No murder weapon. No witnesses. No forensic breakthrough. The case was going cold, and Reuven could feel it slipping away. He kept Eric's photograph on his desk, a reminder. Meanwhile, Katrina Ben had left Baltimore and returned to her hometown in Mississippi. She was living with her father, Robert Gray, in Silver Creek. She'd moved on with her life. Yeah, but Reuven hadn't. He couldn't stop thinking about the missing gun. Whoever killed Eric had brought a weapon into that apartment and then taken it out again. Where was it? What had they done with it? In May of 2013, nearly a year after Eric's murder, Reuven made a decision. He contacted the Bureau of Alcohol tobacco, and firearms, and requested a report of every .380 caliber handgun that had been recovered in Montgomery County since June 5th, 2012. .380 was the caliber of bullet that had killed Eric. Over the past year, approximately 60 .380 handguns had been found, seized, or turned in to authorities in Montgomery County. Reuben began the painstaking process of examining each one, comparing ballistics, tracing serial numbers. It was the 59th gun that changed everything. This particular weapon had been found on June 7th, 2012, the day after Eric's body was discovered. A tourist had been stuck in slow traffic on Interstate 495 near the Colesville Road exit. While sitting in his car, he'd glanced out the window and noticed something on the shoulder of the highway. It looked like pieces of a gun, partially disassembled, lying in the dirt. The Good Samaritan had pulled over, picked up the pieces, and turned them in to the police. The gun had sat in an evidence locker for nearly a year. Reuben had the weapon brought to the Montgomery County Police Firearms Examination Unit. The gun was in rough shape, missing most of its components. It looked as though it might have been run over after hitting the pavement. But the barrel was intact. Using spare parts, the firearms lab reassembled the weapon and test-fired it. The results came back. The rifling characteristics of the bullet that killed Eric Samoa were consistent with this gun. It was a .380 Lorson automatic pistol, and on the gun's frame there was a serial number. Reuben ran the serial number through ATF records. The gun had been sold at a pawn shop in Columbia, Mississippi, in 2004. Columbia was just a few miles from Silver Creek, and the person who had purchased that gun was Katrina Renee Ben. Reuben was literally jumping up and down when he received the fax containing Katrina's name. After a year of dead ends and frustration, he finally had his break. He finally had his suspect. On June 19, 2013, exactly 1 year to the day after Eric Samoa's funeral, Detective Reuben worked with the Lawrence County Sheriff's Office in Mississippi and the FBI to execute an arrest warrant for Katrina Ben. She was taken into custody at her father's home in Silver Creek. During the interview, which was recorded, Reuben asked Katrina again about guns. This time, her story changed. She admitted that yes, she did own a firearm. She'd bought it for protection years ago, back in 2004, when she lived in Atlanta, but she claimed she hadn't needed it since then. Reuben informed her that her gun had been recovered, and that it had been used to kill Eric Samoa. Katrina denied any involvement in the murder. She suggested that her gun must have been stolen. She maintained her innocence, but the evidence was damning. The gun was hers. It had been found less than 2 miles from the crime scene, disposed of on the day after the murder. The ballistics matched. Her story about never owning a gun had been a lie. Katrina Ben was extradited to Maryland to face charges of first-degree murder. The prosecution's case was built on a foundation of jealousy and rage. Assistant State's Attorney Jessica Zarella painted Katrina Ben as a dangerous woman whose internal thermometer had burst in a fit of jealous fury. The prosecution argued that Katrina had discovered Eric was seeing other women as she'd looked through his phone. Perhaps she'd seen messages, photos, evidence of his other relationships. Whatever she'd learned, it had been enough to drive her to murder. The timeline, according to prosecutors, went like this. On the evening of June 4th, 2012, Katrina had gone to Eric's apartment. They'd watched television together, a basketball game. They'd had sex. Eric, trusting and comfortable, had gone to sleep, and while he slept, while he lay tucked under his sheets with his hands under his chin, completely vulnerable, Katrina Ben had pulled out her .380 handgun and shot him at point-blank range in the head. It was, the prosecutors argued, an execution-style murder. Cold-blooded, premeditated, calculated. After shooting Eric, Katrina had left the apartment, locking the door behind her. She'd taken the gun with her, driven to Interstate 495 and thrown the disassembled pieces out the window, hoping they'd never be found. Then she'd returned home, gone to work, and waited. When Eric's body was discovered 2 days later, she'd gone to the police. Playing the role of the concerned, heartbroken girlfriend, she'd provided them with a false lead. The story about the marijuana dealer to throw them off her trail. She'd even attended Eric's funeral, dressed in black, wearing a forlorn expression, her guilt hidden from everyone around her. The defense argued that the case against Katrina was circumstantial. Yes, the gun was hers, But that didn't mean she'd pulled the trigger. Eric had been in her apartment before. He could have taken the gun himself. And besides, Katrina had only known Eric for 3 weeks. She hadn't been that invested in the relationship. She told police from the beginning that she didn't think Eric was being sincere with her. Why would she kill him over something she knew wasn't serious? The defense also pointed out that while the bullet was consistent with Katrina's gun, it could also be consistent with many other .380 pistols. The ballistics evidence wasn't as definitive as the prosecution claimed, but the jury wasn't convinced by the defense's arguments. On October 22, 2014, after 6 hours of deliberation, the jury returned with their verdict. Guilty of first-degree murder. Guilty of use of a handgun in the commission of a crime of violence. The sentencing hearing took place on February 26, 2015. Katrina Ben, now 37 years old, stood before Montgomery County Circuit Court Judge David Boynton. She wore a tan jail jumpsuit. Before the judge handed down his sentence, Katrina asked if she could address Eric's family. They sat in the courtroom, still grieving, still searching for answers. Katrina turned to face them, and then, in what observers would later describe as a bizarre eulogy of sorts, she spoke. She told them she'd been deeply moved by their impact statements. She said she was very sorry for their loss, but she never directly apologized for killing Eric. She never admitted to pulling the trigger. She never explained why. Eric's family was deeply offended. Many of them stood and left the courtroom, yelling and shouting at Katrina as they went. Judge Boynton did not hold back in his remarks. He said that Katrina's self-absorption was astounding. The fact that she would kill a man because she felt relegated to a certain place on his social calendar was inexcusable. He made it clear that a harsh sentence was required. Katrina Renee Ben was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus an additional 20 years. State's Attorney John McCarthy released a statement after the sentencing. Miss Ben is a dangerous woman who let jealousy take control of her actions, he said. It was a cold-blooded murder in a man's own bed. She calculated, planned, and executed what she thought was the perfect crime. But it wasn't perfect. Because of a good Samaritan stuck in traffic. Because of a detective who refused to give up. Because of a photograph on a desk that kept reminding him to keep going, keep working the case. After Katrina's sentencing, Eric's brother Michael spoke to the press. He said that while nothing could bring his brother back, the verdict and sentence did provide the family with some measure of closure. They could finally begin to heal, knowing that justice had been served. Detective Dmitry Rubin, the man who'd worked tirelessly on the case for more than a year, reflected on what he'd learned. He talked about the importance of never giving up, of following every lead, of examining every piece of evidence, no matter how insignificant it might seem. The 59th gun, that's what had cracked the case. If he'd stopped at 58, Katrina Ben might have gotten away with murder. Rubin also shared a warning with the public. Be careful who you get close to, he said. Be very aware. Eric's sisters echoed that sentiment. They wanted people to understand that there are dangerous people in the world. People who hide behind charming smiles and kind words. People like Katrina Ben, who could sit next to you at a funeral and mourn the person she'd killed. They hoped that by sharing their story, they could help prevent another family from experiencing the same devastating loss. The murder of Eric Somwa is a story about many things. It's about a life cut short, a young man with dreams and ambition who never got the chance to see them through. It's about a detective's determination, the kind of dedication that refuses to let a case go cold. It's about a gun thrown from a car window, and a good Samaritan who happened to be in the right place at the right time. But more than anything, it's a story about jealousy, about what happens when someone feels they're not getting what they believe they deserve, about the dangerous intersection of obsession and rage. Eric Somwa was living his life, honestly. He wasn't leading anyone on. He was clear about his intentions, about the fact that he wasn't looking for anything serious. But for Katrina Ben, that honesty wasn't enough. She wanted more, and when she realized she couldn't have it, when she learned she was just one of several women in Eric's life, something inside her snapped. On the night of June 4th, 2012, she made a choice. She made a choice. A choice that would end one life and destroy many others. A choice that would send her to prison for the rest of her life. A choice that would leave a family shattered and a community stunned. Eric Somois loved life. That's what everyone who knew him said. He loved his work, his family, his freedom. He was the most interesting man in the world, at least to the detective who fought so hard to find his killer. And now, as you close your eyes and drift towards sleep, remember his story. Remember the lesson his family wanted to share. Be careful, be aware, be cautious about who you let into your life, into your home, into your most vulnerable moments. Thank you for listening to tonight's true crime story. Rest peacefully knowing that another story awaits you next time, ready to accompany you on another journey toward restorative sleep. But if you're still awake, don't forget to like and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories. And until next time, stay safe and take care. Good night.